Hello, everyone, and welcome back to yet another session on polity and constitution. I hope I'm audible as well as visible. Great, audible and visible. Let us wait for others to join, and then we'll begin our discussion for the day. Okay, so let's begin now. Others can keep on joining. We'll do a quick recap of what we studied in the previous class. So on Saturday, right, from 7 to 10:30 we had an extra class. In that class we discussed the topic tribunals. Of course, we began our discussion with some pyqs, right, the mains pyqs, and I also told you on what could be a rough estimate of conclusion when it comes to judicial activism, right? And then we saw tribunals, how they are formed, constitutional provision, the amendment, Article 323A, B, all such things, and also the Tribunal Reforms Act 2021. Beyond this, we also then, after covering tribunals, we are done with the LEJ part of our syllabus, and we moved on to understanding what the elections. So the body ECI and then RPA. Under RPA, we had begun RPA 1950, and we're looking at types of voters. Three different types of voters, or rather nowadays four, with the introduction of the absentee voter as well as a category of voters. That's where we had left our discussion at, the types of voters, and this was a ground we covered on Saturday. Now we'll take up for discussion the remaining topics and we'll move on further. Okay, so let's begin our discussion for the day. But of course, the daily discussions start with some questions. So, starting with five mandatory practice questions for the day. First question. Mark the answer, please. Okay, a lot of you got this correct. 56% mark this correct. With reference to recusal of judges, do you remember this term recusal? While we are discussing about the principles of natural justice under SLPs, that is a special leave petition, we saw this recusal. So, as per Judges Inquiry Act, if a judge does not recuse himself from a case involving conflict of interest, it can become one reason for removal. A recusal, at least under Judges Inquiry Act, is not mentioned as a reason. It is just misbehavior and incapacity, though it may happen, but as per the Act, it's not mentioned there. So one is wrong. Coming to second statement, having a prior or personal association with a party involved in the case can be a reason for recusal. Of course, this is correct. This is how we define recusal as well. So B2 only is the right answer. Moving on to the next question. Interesting. Constitution of India has given the power to Supreme Court to hear a petition as an appeal, even if High Court refuses to grant certificate for appeal. Yes, that is actually correct. Article 136 provides for the concept of special leave petition, right? So one is correct. Special leave petition, yes, is a discretionary power. I had mentioned there very clearly. Supreme Court may or may not accept your petition, your request to accept the case. It can't be claimed as a matter of right that Supreme Court, you have to accept it. No, it depends. So 2 is also correct. Hence D, both 1 and 2 are the right answers, right statements. So just please understand, C was neither 1 nor 2 and D was both 1 and 2. So change in the options. Coming to the third statement, please mark the answer. Okay, so assertion says capital punishment passed by a trial court, meaning subordinate court, cannot be executed without the concurrence of the Supreme Court. Without the concurrence of the what? High Court and not Supreme Court. A is wrong, which makes A, B, and C incorrect, and hence D is correct. India has a pyramidal integrated judicial structure that provides for control of the High Court over the subordinate courts. Absolutely correct. Okay, that is question number 3. Moving on to question number 4. Please mark the answer. Okay, easy statement. Which of the following statements was incorrect? So, the senior most judge of Supreme Court should be appointed to the office of Chief Justice of India is correct. I mean, the statement is correct. It is mandatory for the president to consult CJI. Yes, it is mandatory. Only a citizen can become the judge of the Supreme Court. But this is wrong. Constitution has prescribed 45 years. There is no minimum age. Yes, there is a maximum age that you can't work beyond 65 years. But there is no minimum age. C is a wrong statement and hence the answer. And last question for the day. Done. Again, a lot of you got this correct. Great. So, arrange the following courts in the decreasing order. Decreasing order, meaning from the highest to the lowest. Of course, High Court at number 1, followed by Sessions Court at number 2, followed by the Court of Subordinate Judge at number 3, and finally the Munsif Court at number 4, which means it's 1, 3, 4, and 2. So B is the right answer. Okay, that's it. We are done with 5 questions for today. Let's move on and discuss the topics at hand, the RPA 1950, and then we'll also move forward and understand RPA 1951. And of course, the leaderboard. Quite a few of you got all 5 correct. Siddharth, Kirtana, Pragya, Fanish, Suhas, Anushka, Nilesh, Shamil, Surya, Surbhi, Deepesh, Shreyank, Vikram, Kambapati, Jhansi, Shiva, Priyadarshini, Anita, Pratima, Maruti, Yashas, Vishnu Maya. Oh, so I'm sure more than 20 people got all 5 correct. Oh, sorry. 1, 3. Okay. So, you Subhash, but the sir fifth answer in poll shown as C. Really, the answer was B, not C. So B is the answer. Okay. Now let's move on and let's come back to RPA 1950. Last topic. Last topic we discussed was types of voters, and hence now a very important element of right to vote. So we are discussing RPA 50 only. Let me clarify. Don't worry. We are still under RPA 1950. But just uh, for a couple of moments, we'll deviate from RPA 50 and we will look into RPA 1951. Because since we are discussing the types of voters, it is only appropriate to discuss the voting rights at this point. So, where does the right to vote come from? Right to vote comes from section 62 of RPA 1951, which comes through a law making this a legal or a statutory right. So, right to vote is not mentioned in the constitution, it is a legal right or a statutory right only. Now, the section reads, all the citizens whose names are entered in the electoral roll of any constituency should be entitled to vote in that constituency. Okay. And of course, you are not allowed to vote more than once. You can vote only once in any election. In any election, you are allowed to vote only once, and you are not allowed to vote from multiple constituencies. Of course, you can vote from only one constituency. And finally, very important, you are not allowed to vote if you are under the lawful custody of the police. Clear? So, if you are under lawful custody of police, lawful custody of police could mean two things. Either you are under judicial custody. Judicial custody refers to jail, or you are in police custody, which means lockup. The police lockup. You will not be allowed to vote. Voting rights are taken away if you are on the day of voting in the jail. Whether you are accused or guilty, that's not the concern here. The concern here is that if you are under lawful custody of police, you simply cannot vote. Now, also, just to clarify, I need to add a slide here actually. Uh, this issue of right to vote. So, when it comes to the right to vote is a statutory right because it has been declared so by the Supreme Court in a five-judge bench. There was a case of the year 2006, Kuldeep Nair case. In this Kuldeep Nair case of 2006, Supreme Court said that right to vote is a statutory right which comes from RPA. And Kuldeep Nair was a five-judge bench, a constitutional bench. Clear? This is a judgment which stands till date. Now, recently there was a case called Ashwini Kumar Upadhyay case. Though this case was was on a different topic altogether, but still there was a reference being made to voting, where our CJI, the Chief Justice of India, he was also a part of this three-judge bench. So, in this particular judgment, CJI made a statement that right to vote should be a part of Article 19. That is, should be a fundamental right. CJI gave his opinion. It is not the part of judgment. Opinion that right to vote is a fundamental right. But since it is just an opinion of one judge only and not the judgment, we simply cannot cancel the Kuldeep Nair statement. And it's a three-judge bench which has no power to override a five-judge bench judgment. But the CGI said that right to vote is actually your way of expressing your opinion, which is a part of Article 19, 1A. Okay. And also, number 3, there was one more case. I think we have seen this case earlier in a different context. Anup Barnwal case. Do you remember this case? Anup Barnwal case was a 5-judge bench which was meant for what? To look into the issue concerning the appointment of ECI, the members of the Election Commission. And it gave the recommendation that the committee should be there to appoint the ECI members. In this particular statement, again, the court expressed opinion that right to vote should be a constitutional right. So our milords are themselves not sure on what kind of right it is, and it was just an opinion, and you have to have a larger bench to override the Kuldeep Nair judgment. So a 5-judge bench cannot override a 5-judge bench judgment. You need to have a 7-judge bench judgment. And in this judgment also, Supreme Court expressed opinion that right to vote should be a constitutional right. However, since the case does not involve this question, we will refuse to answer, or we will refuse to make this a part of the judgment, right? That is why the court did not or refrained from making any such statement. Okay. So this is with respect to right to vote. Now we have discussed enough on this right to vote. I hope you will understand that why we say right to vote is a statutory right. But back in 2017, there was a UPSC question, a prelims based question, where right to vote and to be elected was seen as what kind of right. So, right to vote, their UPSC's answer key marked it as constitutional right. Why? Because in NCRT, this is what is mentioned, that right to vote is a constitutional right, which is actually wrong. So, right to vote is actually a statutory right. Are we clear on this? Okay. So, I will still suggest stick to marking it as statutory right only. But since we already have seen this, and I have shown you Article 326 also, so no confusion now. Clear on this, everyone? So please, there is no need to attract attention, undue attention, by making some kind of statement that, sir, Article 326 is there, because I think we've explained what is 326. If somebody is making a mistake, We cannot ignore Supreme Court judgments. So till the time the Supreme Court, a 7-judge bench or more, says in a judgment that right to vote is a constitutional or fundamental right, we'll stick to the fact that right to vote is a statutory right. Now, what is the categorization of these rights? Once we discuss fundamental rights, you'll get to know better how to categorize these rights. As of now, just remember one thing: right to vote is a statutory right, okay, which is mentioned under RPA 1951, which originates from this law, Representation of People's Act 1951. End of story. Let's bury this matter here itself. Okay. Now, moving on. Again, we are back to RPA 1950. Disqualification from voting. So, this is section 16 of RPA 1950. Disqualification from voting. You'll be disqualified from voting if you are not a citizen, if you are of unsound mind, have gone crazy, or if you are convicted of certain offenses. Number one, IPC section 171E. This is the offense of bribery. Okay. If you are convicted of an offense of bribery, your voting rights can be taken away. If under 171F, impersonation in election, impersonation of election. What is this impersonation of election? In election, see, when you go to the polling booth, there are some steps taken to ensure that you do not come instead of somebody else. What steps are taken? Two steps are taken. Number one, to prevent, one step is you carry EPIC. What is EPIC? Electoral photo identification card, which we normally refer to as voter I card. Okay, that's called EPIC. The correct term is EPIC. So from today onwards, please don't call it voter I card, call it EPIC, because legends use EPIC, noobs use voter I card. So there is a photograph of yours in the voter I card which never matches your face, which is your worst possible photograph. So the face is matched with that in the voter I card. Of course, as the law goes, right? That nobody looks as good as their Instagram photos and as bad as their voter I card photos, right? So that's it. So electoral photo identification card is what is EPIC. Second thing, what else is used to ensure that you do not vote again, etc.? The ink, indelible ink, the silver nitrate compound AgNO3. Forget AgNO3, just write silver nitrate compound. Is used on your left hand index finger. The mark is made and it turns black, and it takes around a day, few days or maybe a couple of weeks for the stain to go away. So stained finger. And interestingly, that particular indelible ink is manufactured by uh, a state PSU based out of Karnataka, that is the Mysore Paints and Varnish Limited. Okay, that's the PSU, which manufactures the indelible ink. Now, if you are a proxy voter, then how do we mark your finger? So, if you vote for yourself, left hand index finger. If you vote for somebody else, proxy voter, then left hand next finger, the middle finger. Okay, there is no specific reason. Don't think, oh, middle finger of left hand. It is just the next finger. Are we clear? Don't create things and stories in your own mind. Nothing specific here. It is just the next finger. Okay, this is the case of trying to prevent impersonation in elections. Like there's a movie made in Tamil, I think directed by Shankar. I'm not sure. Sarkar. Was it Shankar or somebody else who directed it? I think people from Tamil Nadu can mention that. Starring Vijay, where somebody else voted in place of Vijay when he came back from some foreign country. Oh, not Shankar, but I think the movie. Oh, A.R. Murugadas. Oh, okay. So that movie wherein Vijay was the actor who had come back from a foreign country, an NRI, but somebody else had already voted in his place, Sarkar. Okay, Murugadas was the director. My bad, not Shankar. So that's it. Let's now look at the next section, section 125 of RPA 1951. This is where you will be punished for promoting enmity between groups. Okay. Groups could be religious groups, caste groups, etc. If you make statements to promote enmity, then section 135, removal of ballot paper. So earlier they had the concept of ballot paper. If you try to remove the ballot paper, etc., from the ballot box, that also amounts to your voting rights being taken away. And section 136, if you try to tamper with the voting equipment, tamper with voting equipment, right? So when you go to the polling booth, please don't do any drama of trying to see, control your curiosity. If you try to touch the EVM here and there, pressing multiple buttons, all these things, your voting rights can be taken away, right? So please behave decently in the inside the polling booth. Clear? So I mean, now these things rarely happen, though in some states it might happen. But earlier, you would have no idea when we had the not the EVM since 2013, but actual ballot boxes where you had to cast your vote, ballot boxes. So in that case, ballot papers, there was a paper, you mark your preference and then put that paper in the ballot box. Ballot boxes were stolen. Booth capturing used to happen, right? Ballot boxes were stolen, ink was poured inside the ballot box to destroy the votes. All such things used to take place. Then, one more way in which your voting rights can be taken away, if you are disqualified or if you are held guilty of a corrupt practice, then your voting rights can be taken away during for maximum 6 years. If you are held guilty of corrupt practices. See here, for how long will your voting right be taken away? That will be decided on a case to case basis. The duration is subjective. But here, corrupt practice and the definition of this corrupt practice is actually mentioned under section 123 of RPA 1951, where the corrupt practice word is defined. It has various elements to it: bribing a voter, threatening a voter, bribing a candidate, threatening a candidate, promoting enmity, uh, propagating sati. All these things are called corrupt practices. Here, your voting rights can be taken away, but for not more than 6 years, maximum 6 years. Or if you are under the lawful custody of the police. Again, there is an exception here. What exception is this? This is PDL, preventive detention laws. What is PDL? See, preventive detention. When you are detained or arrested by the police before you actually commit a crime. Normally, what happens is you are detained by the police after a crime has been committed. But sometimes, to prevent you from committing a crime, the police can arrest you. So, if you are arrested under some law of that kind, then you have to be allowed to vote. Otherwise, you will not be allowed to vote. So, if you are in jail, lawful custody of police, including under trials, cannot be allowed to vote. Interesting, right? Under trials are accused people, not guilty of any offense. In fact, under trials can contest elections. Under trials can contest, can't vote. In fact, there are a lot of people, convicts, who can contest, but they can't vote, right? So this is there. So this is preventive detention. We will be discussing more of this when we study Article 22. Just to summarize this preventive detention, remember to your childhood days when your mother wanted to go out to her relatives' places or out of town for a couple of days or out of the house for a few hours, she would beat you before going out, so that once she goes out, you behave properly. Without you having made any mistake, you are thrashed beforehand to tell you that if you don't behave, I'll come and thrash you like this only. What was that? Preventive detention. So, preventive thrashing to prevent you from making a mistake. Same thing here. So, more on this when we study Article 22. Okay? Not right now. So, interestingly, under trials are people who are in jail who have not been given bail. And we have seen earlier that 77% of the prison population is under trial only. So, they can't vote. In fact, if you go to some countries like, say, Latvia, Croatia, South Africa, Ireland, Denmark, Finland, Spain, Switzerland, so many countries, Sweden, Canada, in these, recently France, in these countries, even convicts are allowed to vote. If you are in jail as a convict, the court found you guilty and you are serving your punishment, you're allowed to vote. In India, even accused who are in jail cannot vote. Okay, that's it. Done. We are done with the disqualification from voting, and that's enough information as far as RPA 1950 is concerned. Now we'll look at RPA 1951. So, what is RPA 1951? RPA 1951 is the law which looks into the actual conduct of elections to Lok Sabha, to the state legislature, the qualification, the disqualification, corrupt practices, and decisions of doubts and disputes. Please mug up this. In fact, there have been 4 occasions in the recent times where UPSC has asked a question on RPA 1951, and a very selective section only, but they have asked a question on RPA 1951. These are the chapters and sections, etc. Coming to qualifications and disqualifications, this time for candidates, not voter, who want to contest election. What's the qualification? In case you want to contest elections to the Rajya Sabha, then you should be an elector. Who is an elector? Voter. You should be an elector or a voter from any Lok Sabha constituency. This is there since 2003. Based on there was an ethics committee of 1998. That ethics committee gave a recommendation, and RPA was accordingly amended in the year 2003 to make this change. Before this year, if you wanted to be an MP in Rajya Sabha from any state, you had to belong to that state, meaning your name should have been in the voter list in that state only, right? But since 2003, this has been removed because the parties found that, I mean, the parliament rather observed that all such parties which vote and send an MP to the Rajya Sabha from some state, that person has a loophole which he misuses, uses a loophole which he misuses. What is that? He or she will take a house on rent. Let's say I belong to, say, Tamil Nadu, and but I am getting the seat of MP in Rajya Sabha from Madhya Pradesh or from Chhattisgarh. So I'll take a house on rent for namesake only in Chhattisgarh, and now I'll say to ECI that please add my name in the Lok Sabha constituency in Chhattisgarh because I'm living in Chhattisgarh. Though I never go to Chhattisgarh, I'm in Tamil Nadu only, but that's what I'll claim. So uselessly we have to force our MPs to lie and all. So the parliament said, what's the point? Let it be. So this provision was modified. Secondly, qualification for House of People, Lok Sabha, exactly the same. You have to be a voter for any Lok Sabha constituency. And if you want to contest elections for the reserve constituencies, scheduled caste, scheduled tribe, then you have to be a member of any scheduled caste or scheduled tribe in the country. So there is a list of the names of all the scheduled castes and scheduled tribes. That name is actually mentioned under uh, an order called Constitution Scheduled Caste Order 1950, Constitution Scheduled Tribes Order 1950. That list comprises of names of all the scheduled castes and scheduled tribes in the country. Okay. Then qualification for the Legislative Council, the Vidhan Parishad in the 6 states. Again, you have to be an elector or a voter of any Vidhan Sabha assembly constituency in the state. And if you want governor's nomination, then you need to be an ordinary resident in that state. We had seen this also while we were discussing the Legislative Council composition. And to be qualified to become member of the assembly, you have to be a voter for any assembly constituency inside the state. That is why Narendra Modi from Gujarat can become an MP from UP, from Varanasi. But if Narendra Modi wants to become an MLA in UP, that's not possible. To be an MLA in a state, your name should be in the voter list in that state only. Clear on this difference? For SC ST, your name should be in the list of SC or STs in that particular state. Only then are you allowed to contest from the reserved constituency of scheduled castes or scheduled tribes in the country. Okay, that's it. Now, the most important element of RPA is this. This refers to disqualification and which person's photograph, if not this person, the classic example of disqualification in the elections. Okay. Now, how are people disqualified? So, there is a section, there is a constitutional provision, Article 102, Clause 1, Subclause E. This says, the constitutional provision says that if the person is disqualified, if he is disqualified by or under any law made by the parliament. So here, disqualification under a parliamentary law. So the example being RPA 1951, it's a law made by parliament. So if you are disqualified under these sections, you are disqualified from contesting elections, or if you are a sitting MP, MLA, MLC, disqualified. But for how long, what offense, etc., we'll discuss now. So there are in total 6 sections: section 8, section 9, 8A, 9, 9A, 10, and 10A. You have to mug up all these 6 sections, and section 8 has 3 subsections. So if you are convicted, meaning what is conviction? The court finds you guilty. That's called conviction. If you are convicted for certain offenses, then disqualified. What kind of offenses? So let me just help you in understanding this provision. Please focus carefully. Section 8. Section 8 of RPA 1951 has 3 subsections: 8.1, 8.2, and 8.3. Now, under 8.1, if you are held guilty, convicted for certain offenses, the court finds you guilty and gives you punishment of how many days? 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, we don't care. With or without jail. Even if the court imposes fine on you, no jail sentence, you will be disqualified. And what is the disqualification? Whatever jail term is given to you, you are disqualified from contested elections. And once you come out, 6 extra years of disqualification. Okay. Then under section 8 subsection 2, if you are convicted for certain offenses, but here you are given minimum 6 months jail. Then also you are disqualified for the jail term plus 6 extra years. And number 3, if you are convicted for all the remaining offenses which are not covered under 1 and 2, then you will have to be given minimum jail of 2 years, which will make you ineligible to contest elections for the jail term plus extra 6 years. These are the 3 subsections of section 8. So what kind of offenses? They are so serious that even if the court does not give you any jail sentence, the moment the court holds you guilty, you are disqualified from being a member of the legislature. What kind of offenses? Examples. You should mug up some of the examples, it's important. Like various sections of IPC, 153A, 171E, 171F. I have mentioned these things here. There is no need to remember all these things, not required. Like 153A is for the offense of promoting enmity between different groups, or 171E is for the offense of bribery. 171F is the offense of undue influence. Then section 376 A, B, C, D are the offenses related to rape. Then section 498A, offense of cruelty towards a woman by husband or relative of husband, dowry harassment. Remember, dowry harassment. Then section 505, offense of again promoting enmity but in a religious place. So if you are booked under any of these laws and the court finds you guilty, are you able to understand? The court convicts you, then you are disqualified. If the court gives you any kind of jail sentence, 1 day, 2 days, 10 years, that's there. But beyond that, extra 6 years of disqualification, right? Then other laws like UPA, PCRA, Untouchability Act, then NDPS Act, Aryan Khan, then Prevention of Corruption Act. This is a very popular law. Some of our fellow aspirants here who become IAS officers in future, they will be booked under this law only. So then I can give examples in my class in future. That once I used to teach a student who is now booked under PCA 1988. It would help my students in future giving a live example. So please cooperate accordingly. Don't get involved in corruption, please. Okay. These laws were added here in 2003. Okay. So I'll repeat once again. Section 8.1 is a section where even if the court does not give you any jail sentence, because there are various punishments where, various cases where the court finds you guilty but will impose a fine on you, will not give you jail sentence. Does not matter. You will still be disqualified for 6 years. Then section 8 subsection 2, if you are held guilty under these 4 offenses, just these 4 offenses, that's it, and you are given minimum jail of how many months? Minimum jail of 6 months. Then you will be disqualified from contesting elections. Not less than 6 months. Like the Drugs and Cosmetics Act, Essential Commodities Act, if you are black marketing goods, right? during pandemic, like right now, if you're trying to black market tomatoes, green chilies, okay. Then Prevention of Food Adulteration Act. Food adulteration, back in your school days, class 8th, class 9th, class 10th, you would be studying about various types of adulterants mixed in food to lower the cost of the food for the sellers. A very simple adulterant is water in milk, or sometimes in some situations, milk in water. No, but largely water in milk is an adulterant. Or any other famous adulterant? Yes, brick powder in chili, that's also there. So in the red chili powder, they would mix brick powder, or papaya seeds in black pepper. These are still okay. I mean, I'm not saying okay, but we can tolerate it. But adulterant, a classic example of an adulterant. So you must have seen this dhania powder, coriander powder, right? In coriander powder, in coriander powder, horse dung is mixed as an adulterant. Horse dung. So when you add more coriander powder to make the dish more tasty and yummy, we'll have to also be sure as to what is the underlying root cause of the yumminess of your dish, right? So please, in your homes, get this clarified, get this sorted out. Okay, a better thing is to buy the dhania yourself and then mix it using a mixer grinder. Okay. Anyway, lastly, Dowry Prohibition Act. I hope you know dowry. Some of you here are planning to take dowry, the same dowry. Dowry Prohibition Act. So, anything special about this Dowry Prohibition Act? Tell me. Anything unique and special with this Dowry Prohibition Act? This law? Have you seen this law before ever? No? Joint sitting. Yes, this was the first ever bill to be passed in a joint sitting. Article 108. So, in section 8, subsection 2, all these laws, if you are punished for 6 months at least, only then will you be disqualified. If you are punished for 5 months, not disqualified. Movie Raksha Bandhan. No, I have not seen Raksha Bandhan. I saw the reviews. I could not gather the courage to see the movie Raksha Bandhan, but I am glad to know that there are people who had this courage to see Raksha Bandhan also in the theater. Kudos, hats off to true movie lovers. Great. Anyway, after all this, whatever laws remain in the country, these are just handful of laws. 4 laws here, some laws here, right? There are hundreds of laws, right? Pickpocketing, robbery, dacoity, assault, murder, etc. What happens in those cases? In those cases, you have to be punished with at least 2 years of jail. A person convicted of any offense that is other than 8.1 and 8.2 and is sentenced for at least 2 years, like Mr. Rahul Gandhi. So, our most eligible bachelor in the country, he was booked under a law called defamation. Now, defamation is under IPC section 499, and the punishment under of defamation is under section 500. Okay, so if anybody is convicted by the court of for defamation, they can be punished with a maximum jail of 2 years, and Rahul Gandhi was given the maximum punishment which is completely unwarranted, but still Maximum punishment of 2 years. And since he was punished for 2 years, that is section 8 subsection 3 came into picture, and Rahul Gandhi was disqualified from that very day, the moment the court passed the order. Clear on this now? Everybody, did we understand the 3 subsections? Okay, so now you can understand. Let's say you have been involved in pickpocketing. Okay, pocket mar, stealing somebody's wallet in a cab, not in a cab, in a bus, train, etc. And you have been caught by the police. The court finds you guilty, but the court gives you 1 year of jail. Now you are inside the jail serving a punishment, but since the punishment is less than 2 years, you will still be allowed to contest elections. Are we clear on this? So, persons convicted under section 8, 1, 2, and 3, they shall be disqualified from the date of such conviction and shall continue to be disqualified for further 6 years, meaning jail term plus 6 more years. This is section 8, subsection 3. Okay. Now, that is why, and this is all after conviction when the court finds you guilty. So, I saw some emotional arguments being made. Then, how come we see so many criminals in the Lok Sabha, in the Rajya Sabha, in the Vidhan Sabha? No, they are not criminals. They are accused. Innocent till proven guilty. Article 20, right? So the advantage that they claim is this only, that they are innocent. And you will be surprised to know that there are roughly 4,984 cases pending against criminal cases, current or even former legislators. So sitting MPs and MLAs, almost 5,000, 5,000, out of which, out of which, uh, there are over 1,600 such cases which are heinous criminal cases, punishment of 7 years or more, right? 7 years of more or more of punishment, maybe dacoity, rape, murder, etc. In fact, in 2019, there were 174 such MPs or MLAs in the country, sitting MPs, MLAs in the country. There was a case pending in their name where they were the prime accused, where the punishment was also life imprisonment. Okay, but these are just pending cases. That is why we need fast track courts. And out of this, let me clarify, 1899 such cases, they are pending for more than 5 years. Then what's the point of having provisions? If the cases are pending, the court has not found them guilty. Okay, wait, Shri, why they are sitting there? It's not wrong. They are accused people only. The law is meant for guilty people. So they are accused, innocent, till the court finds them guilty. Clear on this? Now I hope you understand that Rahul Gandhi was punished was disqualified under Section 8, subsection 3 of RPA 1951. Are we all okay with this? Any issue, any concern? Okay, no concern. Yes, Kishan, don't be excited, we'll be discussing that only. Now, we had not just 3 subsections, 4 subsections under Section 8. So there used to be one 8.4 also. This was also there. So what this subsection said, and please hear me out carefully, you will find this hilarious and funny. And the shamelessness of this section. So there used to be a Section 8, subsection 4, which said that if there is any sitting MP or an MLA or an MLC, sitting current MP, MLA, MLC, if the subordinate court finds the person guilty, finds the person guilty of any offense and gives them a punishment. Let's say you are given a punishment of 3 years. This means you will now be disqualified. Okay? If that particular MP, MLA, or MLC appealed against the judgment in the High Court, in the Supreme Court, etc., then the person would not be disqualified. Weird, right? I mean, every sitting MP, MLA, if the lower court will give a judgment, will of course challenge the judgment, right? So, what's the point then? Every such judgment given by a lower court would be challenged. So, no disqualification only. Let's read a disqualification under Section 8, 1, 2, and 3 in case of sitting legislators only. Current MPs, MLAs, MLCs shall not take effect until 3 months from the date of conviction, or within that period the order is appealed against in the higher court. Okay. Supreme Court said, what nonsense is this? Then how will we ever punish any person? How can we ever disqualify? Because if the lower court finds you guilty, you go to high court. We know the high court, there are just 25 high courts with 60 lakh cases pending or 61 lakh cases pending in the high courts. Yes or no? In some high courts like Allahabad High Court, 10 lakh cases are pending. So how will we ever handle your case? So Supreme Court cancelled this provision in 2013 in the very famous Lily Thomas case. Interestingly, you know, when this particular case uh, came into limelight and the Supreme Court passed an order, what happened was that this Section 8.4 was repealed. Okay. Congress was in power. Congress was in power. It brought an ordinance to modify the Supreme Court judgment, right? Saying that no, the sitting MP MLA will not be disqualified. Rahul Gandhi, in a public conference, tore that ordinance, saying useless, corrupt people should be thrown out of the parliament immediately. So, the protection of 8.4 was no longer there. That is why now, the moment the court finds you guilty, whether you challenge the decision or you don't challenge the decision, does not matter. You are disqualified immediately. Are we clear on this? And had the ordinance become a law, Rahul Gandhi today would not have been disqualified because he challenged the lower court judgment in the higher court. But he had no idea that this would come back to him in future. But what was right only, of course, this section was a very big loophole which made the entire disqualification meaningless. And Lily Thomas was an advocate who won the case. She was 85 years old when she won the case, right? She died, I think, in 2019, recently. So this case is also called the Basant Kumar Chaudhary case, where Supreme Court struck down Section 8(4), saying that any sitting member of Parliament or state legislature is convicted of 8(1), 2, and 3, then by virtue of such conviction, you will be disqualified immediately with immediate effect. Are we clear on this? Sections 8, 1, 2, and 3. Please mug up all these sections. They will ask you questions from this section. Okay. Then 8A. Now, other sections are very easy. Disqualification on the ground of corrupt practice. What is this corrupt practice? This corrupt practice is defined where? Under section 123 of the same RPA 1951. What can be an example of corrupt practice? Number one, bribing the voter, influencing the voter, bribing the voter, influencing the voter, corrupt practice, or promoting enmity, booth capturing. If you go to the polling booth, try to take the EVM and run away with the EVM. That is called corrupt practice. So please don't try these stunts. Or use of government machinery by the candidate. This was actually section 123 subsection 7, under which Indira Gandhi was disqualified by the Allahabad High Court. Okay, so when it comes to this use of government machinery, what it basically means is, now think of it. If you are, let's say, the prime minister, and if the, for your future reference also, if the PM comes to your area and you are a district magistrate there, you are a DM, and the PM has come to your area and PM wants to give a speech, etc. It is your duty to ensure the management of the entire event as a district magistrate, whether it is security, whether it is arrangement of tables, chairs, tent, etc., whether it is the microphone, gramophone, loudspeaker, etc., everything, your duty. But the same prime minister comes to your district as a candidate for election campaigning. Your only task is to provide for security. That's it. Tent, microphone, speaker, loudspeaker, chicken biryani, whiskey bottle, that is all for the party to spend. So the party cannot take the help of the government's machinery of people, etc., to campaign in the election. If you do it, that's called corrupt practice. You can be disqualified, like in the case of Indira Gandhi. The allegation that she had taken the help of her government employees, including one officer on special duty, Yashpal Kapoor. And that is why the Allahabad High Court found her guilty of Section 8A and disqualified her from contesting elections. Okay. Then Section 9. Section 9 is meant for people like you, civil servants. So we see in today's day and age, civil servants, once they clear the examination, after a few years, they realize that the real power in this country lies in the hand of politicians. The movies show you that politicians come and go, but the officer remains in post. Yeah, very nice. Looks good in movies only. In reality, there's a huge nexus of these politicians. They appear to fight on television channels, but in reality, they're all birds of feather flocking together. Now, what happens is, as a bureaucrat, you realize that I want to join politics. You will resign and you will do what? You will resign and contest elections. Always remember, if you are a government of India employee, if you have been a government of state employee, and the government has dismissed you on the grounds of corruption or disloyalty to the state, then you will not be allowed to contest elections for the next 5 years. Disqualified for corruption or disloyalty. Okay? So please, in future, don't get involved in corruption or don't get caught if you are already involved in corruption. Clear? Or else disqualification for 5 years from contesting elections. Then section 9A. Section 9A is more like office of profit. If you are a MP, MLA, MLC, of course, we cannot let you have a government contract. Violates office of profit, right? A classic example is the legendary chief minister of Jharkhand, Hemant Soren. So he is a CM of Jharkhand, highly intellectual person, because while being the chief minister, of Jharkhand, from Jharkhand Mukti Morcha, he gave a contract, a stone chips mining lease contract on the outskirts of Ranchi, some Angara area, to himself. He gave the contract in his own name to himself and thought people would not come to know, right? 0.88 acres of land. I mean, come on, give contract in somebody else's name, Benami contract in your own name. That is why IAS officers are required to help our politicians in getting involved in corruption also. Your help is required for corruption also. Such innocent people are there in the country, right? They can't even be involved in corruption properly. Okay, clear. So this is the case where a person will be disqualified for as long as they hold a government contract. Till you hold a government contract, you will not be allowed to contest elections. Clear? So in this case, Hemant Soren, this matter came to light. Hemant Soren gave up the contract, and then Election Commission did not take any step. This is not correct actually. If you are found to be guilty like this, the ideal step should have been to disqualify you. But our Election Commission shows the large heartedness sometimes selectively. We don't know why, we don't know how, but it does. Anyway, so this is section 9A, wherein if you hold a government contract, you will not be allowed to contest elections. What is Benami? Benami property. So in future, when you purchase property through black money, you cannot write that property in or take that property in your own name or your wife's name or your husband's name. Why? Because every year you have to submit assets and liabilities. Every government employee. Okay. And that would show, which is called what? Criminal misappropriation, where disproportionate assets, where you amass assets which are disproportionate to your known sources of income, which can be a jail sentence for 10 years also. So you purchase property in somebody else's name. That's called Benami property. Okay. So no more tips on how to get involved in corruption. I'm sure once you join the service, you'll have plenty of help from your senior staff there who will tell you how to be involved in corruption. Now, section 10, just like section 9, if you are holding any kind of post, office bearer, a managing agent, a manager, etc., of any company or any corporation where government has 25% shareholding. Are we clear on this? If you hold an office bearer's post in any company where the government has 25% shareholding, you will not be allowed to contest elections. Simple. You give up that post, can contest. You hold the post, can't contest. Okay. Lastly, remember we saw how the parties and the candidates, they have to submit information pertaining to what? Every election expenditure made by them. If the election commission is satisfied that a person has failed to lodge an account of election expenses within the time frame and has no good reason or justification, why did you not tell the election commission how you spent your money, where you spent your money? And then you say, sir, ECI, I had written all the data, but my laptop got formatted. My dog ate my paper, right? All this nonsense you do. ECI is not satisfied. Then you can be disqualified for how many years? 3 years. This also includes plus exceeding the expenditure limit. What is expenditure limit? So there's an upper limit beyond which you cannot spend more money, plus exceeding expenditure limit. So you'll be disqualified for how many years? 3 years. So sometimes minimum 6, sometimes maximum 6, sometimes 5, sometimes 3. You have to mug up all these things. And lastly, ECI is the boss. Election Commission of India, for reasons to be recorded, can remove any disqualification or can reduce the period of any such disqualification. Election Commission of India can remove your disqualification. So today, if the Election Commission wants, it can remove Mr. Rahul Gandhi's disqualification. Will it remove? Of course not. Can it remove? Yes, it can. Or if the law says you're disqualified for 6 years, ECI can say no, we are reducing it to just 4 years, just 2 years. All this can be done by the Election Commission of India. That's it. We are done with all the sections. My earnest request, please mug up these sections, including the sub points and also including the tenure of disqualification. So 8.1, 2, and 3. Here, no time frame. Here, 6 months time frame. And here, 2 years time frame. In all these cases, minimum 6 years of disqualification plus jail. Section 8A. Here, maximum 6 years. Section 9, disloyalty. 5 years. 9A and 10. Till the government contract or the post exists in your name, and 10A, here 3 years. I hope you will remember this because UPSC has asked 3 questions from this topic itself thrice in the last 4-5 years. Done? Should we move on now? Any doubt? No doubt? Great. Now, what if there is some dispute pertaining to your election? There is some problem, just like we have dispute with respect to the elections of the president, the vice president. What if there is some dispute? So, you can approach the High Court. High Court has original jurisdiction for such matters within 45 days. And again, appeal can be done, of course, in the Supreme Court. Clear? Some other provisions, something that you would not appreciate at all, is a very interesting provision. So, from how many seats? From how many seats can any person contest elections? Any person can contest elections from 2 seats. This is actually mentioned under section 33 subsection 7 of RPA 1951. Though this has been reduced to 2 since 1996. Before 1996, you could, contest from more than 2 seats. Classic example, Mr. Narendra Modi in 2014, Mr. Rahul Gandhi in 2019. These people contested elections for from 2 seats. Rahul Gandhi, Wayanad and Amethi, Narendra Modi from Vadodara and Varanasi. Clear? So you are allowed to do it. And in case of any casual vacancy, what is casual vacancy? If some MP resigns, resignation. If some MP dies, death. If some MP is disqualified, then what happens? A by-election will be held within 6 months. Clear? That's called a casual vacancy. Otherwise, a normal vacancy happens after every 5 years. All the seats are vacant. We have elections for all the seats. But by chance, for some seat, some MP was there, he passes away, the seat is vacant, then election should take place within 6 months. But if the tenure of the Lok Sabha, the Vidhan Sabha, is about to come to an end within the next 1 year only, right? Then there is no need for by election. That place will have no leader. Clear? Okay. Now, conduct of elections. So we have already seen this provision, section 30, remember? Section 30, it's mentioned here. Now, when it comes to this particular section, it shows that The announcement, tell me, the announcement is done by ECI, Election Commission of India. The notification is done by the president or governor. So somebody has asked an interesting question that in case of any such casual vacancy happening, the newly elected member continues for 5 years. Tell me, what happens? Full 5 years or remaining tenure only? Some of you are saying full 5 years, largely most of you are saying remaining tenure only. We had seen this provision under the panchayats. I had explained this, that if the entire Lok Sabha gets dissolved, then 5 years. But if a single MP seat is removed or he is disqualified, the new MP only for remaining tenure. How can you have an MP for the next 5 years? Not possible. In 2024, you'll have elections in between. Right? That seat has to become vacant. So, for any by-election that takes place, the newly elected person sits only for the remainder tenure. Clear on this? Then, the entire procedure is also mentioned here: nomination, scrutiny, all these things. Now, section 20B, observers. Who are these observers? So, these observers are people who are given the task of oversight, overseeing these constituencies. They are IAS officers and IPS officers from other states who are sent to your state, who will not conduct the elections. They just observe the outsider's perspective that the elections are happening in a fair manner. So, observers can be general observers, they can be counting observers, all IAS officers. Then we have police observers, of course, IPS. Then you have expenditure observers, IRS officers. Okay, so these sections not important. I'm just mentioning these points here. So what happens is, when elections are being conducted, what if the returning officer, the SDM, DM, is trying to be biased? So IAS officers from other states are sent to look into the fairness part of the election procedure. So the election commission may nominate an observer who shall be an officer of the government to watch the conduct of election in a constituency or a group of constituencies. Then this observer has immense powers, the power to direct the returning officer for the constituency or for any of the constituencies to stop the counting of votes. Look at this. If the observer feels that some kind of cheating happened in the election, then the observer can say, stop the counting of votes. Sorry, no counting. In fact, he can also issue orders not to declare the result. Will give a report to election commission. If the election commission finds the allegation has merit, then re-election will take place, re-voting will take place on that polling booth or that area, that entire constituency. It all depends on what remarks are made by the observer. Clear? Now think of one thing here. Then the presiding officer, in the polling station. Presiding officer in the polling station, we had discussed it yesterday on Saturday only, that every polling station has a presiding officer whose task is to do what? Whose task is to keep order at the polling station. And there'll be some polling officers who will assist the presiding officer. Polling officers like cameramen, polling officers like micro observers, somebody is an officer who is putting in ink, somebody is verifying your face. All these are polling officers. Their general duty is to assist the presiding officer in the polling booth or the polling station. Now, very simple and logical question here is, our bureaucracy is always seen as so lethargic and lazy, right? Pushing the buck around here and there, not willing to not willing to you know take onus of responsibility, always delaying decisions, etc. But have you ever observed that during elections they perform in such a fine manner that it's almost impossible to find a flaw in their performance? Our elections somehow always take place on time, no delays. Why? Because of this. Section 28A. Section 28A. This section says that every officer who is on election duty is actually deemed to be an employee of Election Commission of India. While you are conducting or performing election duty, you are not a government employee. You are Election Commission's employee. And this ensures that in that entire period, you are under the control, under the superintendence, and the discipline of the Election Commission. Clear? That is why, and let me clarify, if the Election Commission gives a single negative remark against you in your service record, see, all these people, returning officer, assistant returning officer, presiding officer, polling officers, right? Any officer who is involved in the conduct of elections, they are all government employees. But while they are involved in the conduct of elections, they are treated as Election Commission of India employees. Okay? And that is why, and somebody is asking, Sanchit, ECI full form? I just felt nauseous and giddy immediately. Election Commission of India, ECI. Okay, anyway. So, as I was saying, all these people are seen to be employees of Election Commission of India. They are on deputation to ECI while they are performing election duty. So, ECI controls you. It is ECI which controls you. It is the ECI under whose superintendence you are performing your task. It's the ECI whose task is to discipline you if things go wrong. So if you are involved in election duty and somebody complains to ECI that, sir, ma'am, this person was biased towards the ruling party, and the election commission mentions that this person's record during the election conduct was not appropriate, then sorry, for the next few years, you will never get promoted. No party which comes to power will ever appreciate any such officer whose role in the election was biased. Forget promotions, right? So that's there. That is why all our bureaucrats who otherwise are lethargic people, elections, they are very active, very, very active. So that is section 28A. Okay. For task of polling officer and presiding officer, please look at the Saturday's class. I mentioned there what is a presiding officer's task, what's a polling officer's task, who are they, mentioned already in detail. That's it. We are done with the relevant sections of RPA. It's done and dusted. RPA 50 and RPA 51. My advice would be, please mug up the disqualification sections and mug up the what? Mug up the right to vote sections and denial of voting sections. Questions can be asked from denial of voting rights, and questions have been asked from disqualification of our candidates. Clear? So please don't take it casually, mug it up. Model code of conduct. What is this model code of conduct? Model code of conduct largely refers to the good behavior, guidelines of good behavior shown by and expected of our contestants who are contesting elections. So when you go to the examination hall, there are some guidelines that you have to follow, right? Do not talk, etc. Basic guidelines. Same thing. When the elections take place, model code of conduct comes into force, where all our candidates have to follow certain ethical behavior. Clear? Some standards have to be met. You cannot pass any irrational comment, don't harass the opposition candidates, etc. We'll see that shortly, what all expectations are there. But model code of conduct started in Kerala. So in Kerala back in 1950s, it was realized that when elections take place, the entire environment, it becomes highly negative. You know, parties going all out to spoil the image of the opposition, personal attacks, attacks on verbal attacks on the family members, etc. Some boundaries should not be crossed. So in Kerala, all these parties came together to promise each other that okay, we'll behave, we'll not do this, we'll not do that. Right? So Election Commission loved this idea. Oh, it's a very noble idea, noble gesture. In 1974, Election Commission of India sought the party's opinion across the country and issued guidelines for model code of conduct. So what is MCC? Model code of conduct. MCC is nothing but a set of guidelines laid down by the Election Commission to govern the conduct of parties and candidates in the run up to an election. That's called model code of conduct. Now, what's the purpose? The purpose is to provide a level playing field for all the political parties to keep the campaign fair, healthy, avoiding clashes and conflicts between the parties and ensuring peace and order. Model code of conduct. So, this guideline is very important. These are just guidelines. MCC has no legal backing, meaning it is not statutory. There is no law called MCC Act. It is just guidelines which are followed by the parties, and if not, then the Election Commission can impose punishments also. Clear? That is Model Code of Conduct. Model Code of Conduct, MCC, comes into force on the date of announcement of elections and continues till the date of declaration of results. Okay, so for this entire period, this is the time where MCC comes into force. MCC in force, and finally MCC ends. Now, what happens in moral code of conduct? What exactly is moral code of conduct? Let's take a break first, and then we'll discuss the underlying elements briefly of the model code of conduct. Break, please. Come back at 8 o'clock. Break, please, guys. Okay, what doubts do we have? Largely addressed. Sir, if we have section 499 and 5 for defamation, why what is the need for MCC? Defamation is a general law, right? Model code of conduct has various elements to it. We'll see it shortly. Can a domicile vote in state elections? Yes, of course. Shreyank, in the last weekly test statement, a statement was CJ administers oath and affirmation to president and governor. No, no. It is the CJ of the High Court who administers oath to the governors. That's it. ऐसा क्या करें क्लास में नींद ना आए सो जाएं सर sleep in the class no problem what is UPSC what is all this examination it's all moh maya right the ultimate point is moksha forget all this enjoy life uh, if sitting MLA wants to change his party should there be an election yes because if you want to change your party you better resign or be disqualified so a seat is vacant and hence election will take place by election. Who is in under trial? I mean, after so much of the discussion, still under trial, go to jail. Okay. The best thing, Khushi, do one thing assault somebody. The police will come and arrest you and put you in the jail. When your case is going on, you are under trial. When the court finds you guilty, you are a convict. You'll understand the difference. Personal experience. Don't assault anyone, but that's how it is. While you are in jail, because the bail is not given to you, you are. Is there any term moral code of conduct? I don't know. Maybe in some school or college, or maybe some party's manifesto, but there is no official term called moral code of conduct. Okay, model is the term. Can the election commission be corrupt? What kind of question is this? Of course, it can be corrupt. Anybody can be corrupt. Sejal, why is there further 6 more years of punishment? Because further 6 years of additional punishment is to ensure that there is some kind of cool off period. Once you have served your jail sentence, that is a punishment of breaking the law. Further punishment, which relates to your not being allowed to contest elections. Separate things. Okay. Feeling guilty refers to. Sachin, what is the context? Feeling guilty refers to. I don't understand. Give me the context. Now, coming to moral code of conduct, there are certain provisions. Uh, Shruti sir, at time of punishment, politicians stay in jail. At time of punishment, yes, politicians stay in jail. But if they are not well, they stay in hospital. Sir, can Rahul Gandhi cannot contest elections? As of now, he may not be able to contest elections in the current situation. Can a non-retired IAS officer? No, not really. That's not possible. Okay. Priyanka, for panchayat, every state government has its own laws on what exactly is disqualification for panchayats. Because he's out on bail, that's why he's roaming free, right? The punishment was stayed and he has appealed against the punishment and the conviction. That's why Yes, Kishan, it can be done. Okay. Now, coming back to Model Code of Conduct, what are the provisions under MCC? MCC has 8 parts. Part 1 deals with the general process of good behavior expected from candidates in political parties. Right? So, when the elections are going on, there is a certain sense of behavior that is expected of every particular candidate. When you are campaigning, don't pass personal comments, don't make personal attacks, personal remarks on uh, competitors, right, or opposition candidates. If you want to campaign, don't go and campaign in front of their house only at 12 p.m. at midnight or 12 a.m. at midnight. Don't do all that, right? So you have to have a decency in campaigning, in your behavior when you are contesting elections. Part 2 and 3 focus on public meetings in processions. So whenever you want to organize a public meeting, a rally, some kind of procession, etc., please take proper permission from the DM, from the SP, inform them of your route of the rally, try to walk on one side of the road only, right? Ensure that you take out your rally or procession during non-peak traffic hours, so as you don't come into conflict with uh, the daily commuter. Don't harass them, don't disturb them, all these things, right? Though largely most of the rallies are taken out by the parties in peak traffic hours. That's where they can show to the most people through campaigning, right? And in the rallies, they'll hire some local uh, goons, the local rowdies, who will have a stick in their hand to, harass the people there. Show of strength. Parties love show of strength, not because parties want to show strength. People love show of strength, right? Then part 4 and 5 deals with how the political parties and candidates should conduct themselves on the day of polling at the polling booth. For example, there is no campaigning allowed inside the polling booth, near the polling booth. So just before somebody enters, don't start campaigning. Please go and vote for BJP, vote for Congress. Because if you try to campaign at the very last moment, it may have a lasting impression of some time on the person who may get influenced, right? Don't bribe the voter there only. Uh, you're not allowed to carry arms, guns near the polling booth. Then no offering of liquor, etc. So on the day of polling, it's a dry day. What is dry day? For those who do not know, dry day means the day when no liquor is being sold. Why? If you drink liquor, you will not be in your full state of consciousness to vote. Remember how you act when you are too high. So the same thing. So the point here is that you need to be in your full state of consciousness to be able to vote properly and effectively. Only then can you vote for the correct person. So these are things that you have to do on the day of polling. In fact, you cannot use any party symbol inside the polling booth. All these things are not allowed. Then, what kind of punishments? What kind of punishments will be given if you violate this model code of conduct? So, election commission appoints an authority who will give this punishment. But the point is, what kind of punishment? Jail sentence? No, no, no. Punishments for violation of model code of conduct are monetary fines and no campaigning for few hours or days. The ECI can say that you will not be allowed to campaign for 24 hours, for 48 hours. Okay. So this is with respect to punishments. For example, some very popular examples are a very famous case was of Arvind Kejriwal. So Mr. Arvind Kejriwal, he had back in 2017 January, Goa. He went to Goa in a rally, and he said that political parties are bribing you 5,000 rupees to get your votes. You demand 10,000 from them and vote for Aam Aadmi Party. He was trying to be funny, right? But ECI did not like this joke at all. They said that you are enticing people into seeking bribes for voting. Then, very interesting case of Amit Shah. So, Amit Shah, while he was in Bihar, he made a statement during the Bihar elections that whenever BJP loses, firecrackers burst in mini Pakistans in the country. Don't make such statements, mini Pakistan and all. So ECI did not like it. Or Rahul Gandhi. Rahul Gandhi hardly speaks, and when he speaks, you punish him so bad in the same election. And Rahul Gandhi hardly made a serious statement. He simply said that BJP makes Hindu Muslims hate each other, and he was punished. Or the case of Mayawati. Mayawati in one election had said in one rally, Muslims don't vote for Congress. Doing Hindu Muslim politics in the campaigning is not allowed, right? Or Bulldozer Baba, Yogi Adityanath, in the 2019 elections made a statement, Ali versus Bali. The time has come, people, to show the strength of Ali versus Ali, reference to the Muslims, and Bali to Hindus, right? So the point of again raising Hindu Muslim issue. So these are the punishments that are meted out on what? On the people. So that is why you'll find that politicians do break these, because what's the punishment? Monetary fine, etc. Don't campaign for 2 days. Don't campaign for one day. And that's a punishment which is given. Then part 7 of this particular MCC talks about the political party in power, which is very important. Firstly, please understand, while the model code of conduct is in force, no new schemes or programs can be launched while the MCC is in force, because it's a very small time duration for the elections. There would be a possibility of manipulation of the voter, right? So please do not launch any new scheme or program. Wait for the election to end and then launch a scheme or a program. Apart from it, when you are a party in power, you have the control over all the resources, right? All the resources, meaning let's say you control the DM, you control the SP. If any opposition party wants to campaign in an area, they have to get the permission from the SP, the DM, that I want to campaign in that field, please allow me. Now you have told the DM, don't give any permission. The DM says, sorry, no permission. And the opposition party leader's helicopter is about to land, and the DM says, no, 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 you can't land here. You stay there in the air and campaign from there only. We don't care. Don't land. So, possibly a misuse of authority can take place, right? So, this is where the moral code of conduct is there on the ruling party. which limits it from misusing its power. Okay. One more thing, this MCC is not applicable on the Prime Minister. Are we clear on this? Because PM is also the head of the government and is a very important post. That is why he may have to make his presence felt publicly, announce some important treaty, agreement, etc., with international countries and all. So, in that sense, he is not covered under Model Code of Conduct. Yes, Model Code of Conduct is known as Achar Sanhita in Hindi. If I am not wrong, that is right. So, this is there. And largely, the last part 8, which has been added under the Model Code of Conduct by the Supreme Court. Supreme Court says that the party manifesto, what is manifesto? Poll promise. Election promise that once we come to power, we'll do this and that for you, right? So should be in pursuance to the directions of the Supreme Court. Okay, so that is the party manifesto. So Supreme Court says that the party manifestos don't promise anything which is ultra vires beyond the scope of the constitution. Okay, that's it. That is all as far as MCC is concerned. Now coming to the legality of Model Code of Conduct, MCC is not enforceable by law. There is no statutory provision and there will not be a statutory provision. Supreme Court had asked Election Commission, why don't we make MCC a law? Election Commission said don't. As of now, when the ECI gives a punishment, the parties follow it, they obey it. The moment you make it a law, then the punishments will be challenged in the courts, right? Making the election procedure uh, a delayed procedure, because then matters go to high court. We know how effective and efficient high courts are. So of course, that is where the ECI is very clear, saying that there is absolutely no need to make it a law. People, the parties in general, are following it. Now, let me also clarify. Model Code of Conduct is not legally enforceable. However, when you make a statement, let's say you make a speech saying that what is this candidate, he scored very low marks in his or her school days, his or her spouse ran away leaving him or her, personal attacks, MCC gets violated. But if you make a statement which is causing defamation to somebody, if you make a statement which is trying to create animosity in the country, then you are not only violating MCC, you're also violating some provision of IPC. Section 505, 153, 295A, all these things can also get violated. So under that law, you can be punished, right? So you are being punished not under MCC, but for breaking some law. That is possible. That is all as far as Model Code of Conduct is concerned. Solve this question came in 2021. Okay, a lot of you got this correct. In India, there is no law restricting the candidates from contesting in one Lok Sabha election from 3 constituencies. Is there a law? Yes or no? Have we not seen this law? which says that you cannot contest from more than 2 seats. There is a law, Section 33, RPA 1951. A law is there, one is wrong, remove these two. Okay. Now, in 1991 Lok Sabha election, Shri Devi Lal contested from 3 Lok Sabha constituencies. How can we know all this information? Impossible. We can't know all these statements. Devi Lal, the former deputy PM, contesting from 1 seat or 3 seats. But look at how the options are framed. If you eliminate the option 1, then 2 has to be correct. So it is correct actually. And yes, of course, Devi Lal did contest from how many constituencies, how many seats? In fact, 4 seats. 3 in the Lok Sabha, 1 in the Vidhan Sabha at the same time. Sikar, Rohtak, Firozpur, right? And he contested from all these seats. Imagine if he had won from all these seats, 3 by-elections. He lost from all the 4 seats. Okay. Uh, Third point. As per the existing rules, if a candidate contests in one Lok Sabha election from many constituencies, his or her party should bear the cost of by-election to the constituencies vacated by him or her in the event of him or her winning all the constituencies. Remember Narendra Modi, 2014, contesting from Varanasi and Vadodara, winning both the seats, leaving Vadodara and becoming an MP from Varanasi. Vadodara became vacant. By-election took place. Yes or no? In such a by-election, who is conducting the by-election? Election Commission of India only. With whose money? Taxpayers' money. From the government, CFI. The party is not asked to fund. Though this is not a rule, there is a recommendation that whenever any party is fielding same person from multiple constituencies, and if the person wins, you have won, you are trying to play safe, so your party should be asked to fund the by election. There is a Dinesh Goswami committee recommendation also. There is also the recommendation of NCRWC. There is no law as of now, but there is a recommendation. NCRWC, can Google search for it. The full form is National Commission to Review the Working of the Constitution. Okay, there is a recommendation that the provision of this playing it safe, contesting from 2 constituencies and winning both, the by-election taking place, the party should be asked to fund for it. Why should the government or the people waste money? 5-6 crore rupees are wasted in contesting one in holding one election, right? So 3 is also wrong because there is no rule as of now. It's just a recommendation. So B, 2 only is the right answer. Are we clear on this? Should we move on now? Okay, done. Done with elections and electoral issues. But can they supplement by grants or extension? Yes, they can extend an already running scheme. No problem. Grants can be given. These things can be done. Electoral issues. The first electoral issue that we'll see today is compulsory voting, then right to recall, then electoral bonds. Compulsory voting. So we are done with the questions for the day. Let me show you the leaderboard. I don't think any changes. Okay. Some of you made a mistake in the previous question, I believe. Siddhartha, Pragya, Tulsi, Anushka, Shamil, Surbi, Deepesh, Shreyank, Kambapati, Anita, Pratima, and Ankush at rank 1. Then we have some other people at rank 13 with 5 correct. Okay, great. Now I can take polls. So, first poll for the day, 10 seconds. How many of you, firstly, have voted in the elections? A for yes, B for no. There's no right or wrong answer. I'm just choosing a right or wrong. How many of you have voted in elections? A, never voted. B. Okay, second question. A lot of you, 50-50, almost. How many of you think, don't say college election, elections for Lok Sabha, Vidhan Sabha, what is this college election and all? Then you will say, I have voted in my house election to decide which movie I wanted to watch. Come on, yeah. Anyway, so next question. How many of you feel that voting should be made compulsory? Not voting in your school and college or in your house, right? Voting for Lok Sabha, Vidhan Sabha. Mandatory voting. You have to come and vote. A for yes, B for no. Tell me, how many of you feel that voting should be compulsory? 70%. There's no right or wrong. It's just your opinion. Of you feel that voting should be compulsory. Okay, great, great. Good to know that we have so many people with this belief that voting should be compulsory. So tell me, uh, why don't people vote? What's the reason for this apathy of the voter? Disinterest. Tell me. Give your reasons. Those who have not voted, give me your reasons. Apart from age factor, but that is not a factor. If you are not eligible only, then no problem. But otherwise, migration, awareness, laziness, distance from home, time taken, out of state, no one is capable, not good candidates, illiteracy, they think it's a holiday, no trust in political parties, lack of interest, money too long distance, leader not good, name not in the voter list due to inconvenience. No trust in political parties, etc. Not everyone can come and vote. What are they doing? You talk about your reasons. Okay. Donkey vote Australia? I'm asking why don't people vote in India? No direct benefit. Okay. Okay. See, of course, reasons not to vote: inconvenience, awareness, cost, then also issues with respect to the process, name not in the voter list, right? Such issues which are beyond your control. Also, a general sense of apathy with respect to uh, vote value. What will happen if I vote? Right? What will happen if I vote? Nothing. There are 5 lakh voters in my constituency. If I don't vote also, or if I vote for somebody else also, what's the problem? My vote has no value. Vote value. What is a vote value? In 5 lakh people, one vote. Have you ever heard of a case where somebody has lost the election by one vote or one by one vote? Never. Just 2 instances where somebody won or lost by one vote. Just 2 cases. One was the case of this A.R. Krishnamurthy from JDS who lost to Dhruv Narayan in the year 2004. The other was when the most famous case actually was of C.P. Joshi. So people from Rajasthan would know C.P. Joshi. C.P. Joshi, a very senior Congress leader, was all slated to become the CM in Rajasthan in the year 2008. He lost by one vote to Kalyan Singh Chauhan from BJP, and Ashok Gehlot became the chief minister. Interestingly, CP Joshi lost by one vote, and it came to news later on that on the day of voting, CP Joshi's wife had not gone to vote. She had gone to the temple to pray to God for her husband's victory, but did not go to vote. That's like God's way of saying, please go to the polling booth. Don't come to me, right? So anyway, these are two cases. Otherwise, largely people win by 500,000, 10,000, 20,000 lakhs of votes. So a voter may also feel apathy, disinterest, that what's the value of my vote? So one more thing, a lot of you have also raised a concern that it should be compulsory voting. This means you feel that in India, the voting is still not happening at the level that it should. I would disagree on that. Of course, we need to increase the voter turnout. But currently, if you look at India, the turnout in India, at least in the 2019 elections, the Lok Sabha elections, was a very healthy 67.4%. If you look at, say, USA, say 2020 elections, the turnout was 66.7%. India's turnout is way more than USA. I mean, not way more, but more than USA. In UK, the turnout was 63%. Now, of course, there are some countries which have compulsory voting, right? Now, if any country has compulsory voting, then their turnout is going to be more. So, if you quote examples of, say, a country like Belgium, whose voter turnout has been 87%, or a country like Turkey, where the voter turnout is 90%, of course, there are 28 such countries which have compulsory voting. So, the first topic for today is compulsory voting. What are the advantages? What are the challenges? A lot of you must have said yes, compulsory voting should be there, but you yourself have not gone to vote. So that is also a very important element for us. Voting also is to show off on the social media that I am such a patriot, true nationalist. Because in our country, nationalism is not just a feeling, it's a competition. Who is a bigger nationalist? Through various means possible, we have to show to people, I am the bigger nationalist. Anyway, so coming to firstly, advantages of compulsory voting. What can be the benefits? Of course, first benefit would be increase in voter turnout. More people coming out to vote. Fair enough. Fully understandable. But let me also remind you that even if you make voting compulsory, studies have been conducted that the increase can be 7 to 17% only. Don't expect 100% voter turnout. Some people are ill, some people may be too old, some people have some other issue on that day only. Somebody is in the coma, he cannot come crawling to the EVM and press the button and die there only. Okay, voting done, right? So, 100% turnout is not possible. Achha, also, turnout will increase, but it will depend upon what? Two things. Number one, the strictness of enforcement, and number two, the type of punishment. Tell me, fellow aspirants here, what should be the punishment for compulsory voting? So a lot of you wanted compulsory voting. What can be a punishment if somebody does not come to vote? Fine of rupees 500. Monetary fine. Fine of 2000 rupees. How nice. Cut the ration card only. Oh, 2 lakh fine. Deny fundamental rights only to people. What kind of, I mean, some of you are going to be IS, IPS officers in future. Why this anger? Anyway, 6 months of jail. Please, sir, calm down, calm down, calm down. Relax, relax. It's okay. It's okay. If you give any monetary fine, don't you think a rich person can afford to pay the fine? A poor person cannot. So all the migrant laborers, you are going to impose fine on them, 2000 rupees, 2 lakh rupees. From where will the migrant laborer pay the money? Do you understand it? This means that the rich can afford to pay a fine, but the poor has to go and vote. What kind of equality is this? You are saying ban ration card only, ban freebies only for them. Ration card is with poor people. Ambanis don't have ration card. You guys don't have ration card. Again, your punishments are only punishing the poor people. What kind of punishment is this? Elitist mindset. Do not give him right to vote in future. That's what he wants. He's not voting only. Cancel holidays. So many people who are unemployed. How does it matter to them? Cancel holidays. Okay. So clearly, one thing is, I hope, understandable that imposing fines would be a challenge, right? And one big thing, for example, how do you, let's say, impose penalties? How do you recover penalties? How do you impose the punishment, whatever punishment? In India, 630 crore people did not vote, right? Imagine you impose penalties on these people, punishment on these people of any kind, and they challenge it in the court, saying, no, I was busy that day, something urgent came up, my health was not good, my spouse health was not good, my parents health was not good. Then what will you do? What if all these people challenge the punishment? They go to the court, 30 crore people challenging the punishment. The pendency of cases would be how much in the high court? Not 60 lakh, 30 crore 60 lakh. The judges will have to commit suicide only. There is no way out. Even if 10% of 30 crores, 3 crore complain, then also it's too much of pendency. So increasing voter turnout seems to be a very good conclusion, but the problem is that how to enforce this. Then maybe we can look towards countries like Brazil and all, which have compulsory voting. So in Brazil, what they do is they take away driving license only of people who don't vote. Secondly, if you do not vote, then you are not allowed to appear for the Brazil Public Service Commission, whatever name they have it in Brazil for them. So imagine if this happens in India, that if you are not voting, you can't sit for UPSC. Then all the UPSC aspirants will vote, of course. Anyway, second point is it will also increase people's participation in general. People will be more interested in participating with respect to discussions and debates on who to vote for, etc. Then weaker sections will get more voice. Weaker section will get more voice. Meaning now everybody gets to vote. It's mandatory. The poor, the marginalized, they get to vote. They have a voice now. Then normally political parties keep on saying that we need to spend money in the elections for campaigning to make people aware about the voting process. Now, if voting is compulsory and there is a punishment for it, parties will not have this excuse, right? No excuse that I want more money. I want more money to spend on what? Campaigning. Excuse me. So I want more money to spend on making people aware and all. That excuse is gone because now people have to make themselves aware because voting is compulsory. So it will also reduce the money required to campaign. Then it will make the campaigns broader. How? Now, every political party focuses on certain categories of people, farmers, etc., because of the vote bank. Lot of groups, you will find that in the political parties' poll promises, election manifesto, nothing is there for these groups. Why? Because these groups are not a vote bank. So, interest and aspirations of women, aspirations of, say, an NRIs, aspirations of the middle class, their expectations plus their aspirations will be included in the party manifesto, because now the party has to woo everybody. Okay. It will also encourage voters to better educate themselves. We'll have more intellectual, more informed debates. So maybe if voting is compulsory, the day prior to the voting day, you'll go to your friend's place. You guys will do a research, because if you are voting, let's do it properly. Do a research on the candidate. What is a good thing about the candidate? What is bad about the candidate? What is the challenges that they are facing? What are the criminal cases they are facing? All these things. And after doing proper research, right, then people will go and vote. It will also make elections a more serious affair. Right now, see, what is sad about uh, elections is that we have to, nudge people through various means, like, festival of democracy, right? It's fun and frolic. Hey, elections are not fun and frolic. It's a very serious activity. We are, after all, going to choose people who will decide the fate of this country for the next 5 years. How can you take it casually? How is it fun? It demands seriousness. And look at what it has come down to now. Asking people, in the in this spreading of awareness and all, motivating people, we are now saying what? A lot of these food chains run these kind of programs, etc. Show us the stained finger, get a free burger. Stained finger meaning show your finger where the mark is there of ink, and we'll give you a burger. That's what it has come down to now. Just to draw some parallel, for all those who have dogs, you know how we train dogs for house breaking, or any kind of police training, whatever. Dogs are trained through food. Dogs work for food only. That's the food drive of a dog. So people now being told, did you vote? Take a free burger. Come on, eat. Stuff it in your face, that free burger, because you voted. So this is what we have come down to now. That's also not good, right? That's not good. We have to take it more seriously and sincerely. So that would not be a very appropriate way. It does not sound ethically correct that you have to lure people with food and burger and pizza and chocolate and toffee, right? Anyway, so it also makes election a more serious affair because now voting is compulsory. It makes it more serious. Then it will result in simplifying the voting process also. So ECI will have to eliminate any possible error in the polling process. Right now, what happens is you go to the polling booth thinking that I'll vote and upload my stained finger on the social media to get all the likes of how great a citizen I am. You go to the polling booth, you find name not there. You come back home crying, feeling sad, feeling envious of other people. But you do nothing about it. Why? Because it's okay. But what if voting is compulsory? You go to the polling booth and there's some penalty or punishment for not voting. You go to the polling booth, you find a name not there. You'll create a havoc, raise a hue and cry there. How is my name not there? Who is responsible? Why should I be punished then? It's your mistake. So ECI will be forced into eliminating all possible errors in the voter list. Not just this, e-postal ballot for NRIs. They will have to implement it, right? Because you have to also provide opportunities for migrants, students to vote. They can't go back and vote. It may not be cheap for everybody. So now the ECI will have to find alternatives to the current situation, and it will simplify the voting process for a lot of people, right? These are all arguments in favor. But then what is the argument against compulsory voting? See, for a lot of you, 70% said that voting should be compulsory. You are in a democracy and you don't want to give people this choice also. If somebody does not want to vote, let it be. I mean, coercion and democracy don't go together. You are the future civil servants. Persuade, don't force people. It's okay. If somebody doesn't want to vote, let it be. What can we say? So it violates the very important element of choice. In fact, if you look at RPA also, section 79D of RPA 51 says very clearly that right to vote also includes right not to vote, refrain from voting. It is just like freedom of speech and expression also includes right to remain silent, which you do when I ask you a question, right? So that's how it is. So it will violate your freedom of choice. It will, definitely. Secondly, it will also decrease interest in general. So, whenever, whenever, say you are wasting time not studying YouTube shorts whole night at 2:30 p.m. AM early in the morning, you see some YouTube short motivational video and you say, oh, I have to study tomorrow morning. You switch off the mobile phone, sleep properly, get up in the morning, arrange your room, etc., and are prepared to study, right? Before you study, just bring your mobile phone just to see what happened, any new messages or not, just for 2 minutes, and then you will study. And in this only your mother sees you and says, always on the mobile phone, useless. Passes his comment and goes away from there. That's it. Now you are pissed off completely. And what the hell is this? I was about to study. Now you say, now I won't study. My mood is spoiled. Right? So if people force you into doing something, the interest decreases. So when you make voting compulsory, you'll find that the interest will decrease in general because you are now making it compulsory. Also, it may encourage donkey vote. This happens in Australia. So in Australia, voting is compulsory, and there you have list system of voting, just like just like in the case of president. So there'll be names of all these people, okay, and you have to mark your preference: one, two, three, four, five, six, like this. It was found that because voting was compulsory, people had to go and vote. So what they did was, without any interest, they pick up the ballot paper, started marking one, two, three, four, five, six in order. That's it. What is this voting? You don't even see the name of the person. You simply start marking 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This person will always become the winner. Then people started having their name with capital with A, Aaron, double A Aaron, triple A Aaron, right? To have their name here. So the problem was, because of this, donkey votes, informal votes came up. In India, imagine this happens. Voting is compulsory. You have to go and vote. You'll go to the polling booth. You have no interest because the punishment is there. You come, you randomly look upwards and press some random button and go back home. Or you come running, press a button quickly and run away from there. Don't waste time. Informal voting, right? So this could also be a problem. And finally, it will always increase the law enforcement cost. Ensuring turnout, that people come out and vote. Enforcing penalties. How will you enforce all these penalties? Right? One suggestion that comes normally for enforcing penalties, what kind of penalty can be done, is providing community services. But the problem with that is enforcing it. Who will keep a track of all this? Right? That is why the big challenge is in enforcing all these punishments. And if you don't enforce punishment, let's say you say, no, sir, no punishments. Then if there is no punishment, then what's the point of compulsory voting? So to summarize this, the best way forward is persuade. Make people aware. Give incentives, not money-based incentives. Some kind of recognition. Give some online certificate. People can use that on their social media, etc. Persuade people. Spreading awareness, right? That is more important. Don't force it down the throat. Look at this meme. This is not a meme made by me. It is made by the government only. Election Commission of India promoting voting amongst people by saying that, see, if you are a responsible citizen, a regular voter, Amrish Puri, this is a scene from a movie called DDLJ. For those who have no idea, Dil Wale Dulhania Le Jayenge. So in this movie, towards the climax, this girl's father says, I mean, he actually tells his daughter, go to this guy. Why? Because he's a responsible citizen. He votes regularly. Imagine you go to the polling booth and you meet your soulmate there standing in the queue along with you. We can promote that. That what if you find your soulmate in the polling booth? That may not be a very good motivation, but still, motivation, persuasion, convincing people of the importance of voting, telling them that, see, it's your country after all. Please go and vote. Ensuring that the people there in our country understand that if we don't vote, then it also has a negative impact, because people will then choose a leader who may not truly represent the entire constituency. Then people may vote on various lines, etc. So caste lines, language lines, religious lines, and all. So a genuine candidate may not come up all these things. So it's all about spreading awareness and persuading people, not enforcing it down the throat. In fact, if you look at this internationally also, you will find that lot of countries countries are now ending compulsory voting. For example, Netherlands. Netherlands had compulsory voting in 1967, ended it. Italy. Italy also had compulsory voting. It ended that in 1993. Austria. Austria had compulsory voting, ended that in 2004. Uh, country like Chile, Thailand had compulsory voting, ended in 2012. And Cyprus ended in 2017. So internationally also we find that a lot of countries uh, have moved away from compulsory voting, are making it optional. And see, to address the voter disinterest, something that can be done. Now, Election Commission has taken up a very interesting step. What ECI has done is it has observed. See, firstly, under RPA 1951, there is a section 135 capital B, which says that every employer has to give his or her employee that day's leave when the person has to vote. That day's leave for you. So it is found that people take the leave, but don't go to vote, sit in the house and enjoy, right? Binge watching Netflix and Amazon Prime and all. So ECI has asked all the government departments and PSUs and the private companies to appoint nodal officers within their organization. This person will keep a check on all the employees who skip voting after availing the leave. List will be prepared for such employees and they will be asked to attend special workshops organized by ECI. The workshop can be 4 to 6 hours of workshop. So when you want to save yourself from save your time of half an hour, attend a workshop of 5 hours now, right? That's it. Also to eliminate the problem of migrants, students. I think I said on Saturday also that Election Commission is working with IIT Madras on using blockchain technology for remote voting, right? So mapping the population of migrant workers for deploying remote voting. So as of now, there is no remote voting, but the ECI is looking into it with a lot of zeal and enthusiasm along with IIT Madras. So let's see if something turns up, and that is how it is the right step, making things optional for people, but yes, trying to simplify the voting process, because ECI says has a slogan now: no voter to be left behind. So we have this Form 6B, which allows for Aadhaar and EPIC voter ID card linkage. Then you have a voter helpline app also, VHA. There is a voter helpline portal also where you can apply for voter ID card, make some kind of changes. Then you have the PWD app, right, where you can apply for a wheelchair request, all these things. So the ECI is trying its level best to add more and more voters. And frankly, I mean, if 60 crore people are turning up to vote, 20 more crore people turning up to vote will not actually have a huge difference in who is winning the election, frankly. It will be largely the same people who will win. I mean, if 60 crore people cannot truly represent the mood of the country, how can 80 or 90 crore people represent it differently? It will largely be the same only. So, as of now, we don't have to worry so much. There's nothing to panic about. We have sufficient voter turnout. Of course, we have to increase it, but not through forcible means, right? We have to give people an option. And if at the end of the day, somebody does not want to vote, let it be, right? So, if somebody has shown no interest in studying, you can't force them, right? Let it be. You can always tell them the importance of studying, the importance of having a great life in future. But if you are hell-bent on wasting time, so see, you can only take the horse to the pond. You can't make it drink. So our task is to tell people about the importance of voting and the value of voting. Beyond that, it's their choice to make. Okay, we don't have to shove patriotism down their throat like the uncles of the society whose only task in life is to shove patriotism down the throat of people. Anyway, so this is with respect to compulsory voting. This was a general conclusion. If you feel that no, voting should be compulsory, go for it. Write that conclusion. Nobody is stopping you. Okay. Now, the next point is right to recall. What is right to recall? See, as of now, if any MP, any MLA is elected by us, that person continues in that role for full 5 years until something goes wrong, he is disqualified only, he dies, etc. Full 5 years. We have no control over that. We can't call them back before 5 years, right? The MP or MLA has to serve a term of 5 years. So we have the power to elect them, not the power to call them back. What if we were given this power? The power of electorate, the voter, not just to elect, but to remove also the elected officials. Before the end of tenure, before your tenure comes to an end, we'll call you back saying, sir, please, we elected you, you could not perform, you please come back. We want somebody else. Okay. So this is with respect to right to recall. How many of you think this is a good idea? Tell me. A for yes, good idea. B for no, bad idea. Okay, some of you feel it's a good idea. I hope you have understood what is right to recall. Everyone, did you understand right to recall? So those who are saying no, tell me what is the problem? What did you not understand? There are 3 people I can see so far, 4 now. What's the problem? What did you not understand? Now you'll be silent, right? No, tell again. That's a response. What is recall exactly? Okay, so I'll explain again. Though I did not get a single right response to what is the problem here. Uh, right to recall, let's use an example. People of Varanasi in 2019 voted for Mr. Narendra Modi as the MP from Varanasi. What if they are not satisfied with his performance as an MP of Varanasi? What can the people there do? Nothing. They can do nothing. They have to wait till 2024, and in the next election, they may vote for somebody else. What if they want in 2022 only that no, we have given you enough time, you're not performing for us, sorry, you no longer will represent us, we want a new election right now and we want to choose somebody else, you come back. This is called recall. The people voting to remove an elected person and voting again to choose a new person. Are we clear now? It is not the MPs or MLAs voting. People of the constituency, they will collectively vote, right? And then call the person back, removing the person from the post. Everyone okay now? Now, hows and whys we'll discuss later on. Okay? Who to inform, how to do it, we'll discuss later on. But as of now, this is a basic idea of recall. This is how recall, this is what recall means. Okay? So we can end somebody's tenure time period and we can recall the person, and we can then choose somebody else. Clear? Now, very, very important point. A lot of you said it's very, very good. A very good idea. See, what is good about right to recall? One very good thing is it ensures accountability. It ensures constant accountability, because right now the MPs know very well that if I don't perform, how does it matter? Just before the next elections, 3 months before, I'll show my face, I'll abuse Pakistan and get the votes. That's it. Right? So, this is the advantage of right to recall, that it ensures consistent accountability. Secondly, it improves trust of people in the system, in the governance. Because people right now are only choosing a person. They have no power to end the person's tenure, right? They have no power to remove the person. So once you have the power of choosing and removing, comprehensive powers, then it reposes more faith and trust of people in the entire system and process. You can also monitor the performance of a person, the MP, MLA, consistent monitoring of performance, right? Is he doing his task properly or not? Regularly, 24/7. 24/7 performance monitoring happening. And of course, it will also act as a deterrence against corruption. See, right now, if any leader, any politician, MP, MLA, his or her name gets embroiled in some scam, accused, no problem. He's an accused only after all. But people know very well that, oh, this person definitely is wrong. But till the time the courts don't punish them, RPA provisions don't kick in, they can't be disqualified. But if people are given this power to call somebody back, people don't need the judgments and all. People have this belief that, oh, corrupt, 100% corrupt. So the onus now on the respective MP, MLA to have a clean image, because they know if my image is wrong in front of people, if allegation comes, people are more likely to believe in allegation, right, than disbelieve it. So it will force the particular legislator to keep a clean image. To keep a clean image. So these are some good things. Of course, a lot of you would agree on this only, and this is a good thing. The advantages. There are countries which have right to recall. There are a lot of countries. In fact, examples are countries like USA. In USA, I think there are 29 states which allow, sorry, 19 states which allow for recall. In UK also, there is a separate law, Recall of MPs Act 2014, which allows for recall. Countries like Canada, countries like Switzerland, Venezuela, all these countries allow for right to recall. But the question is, do we have right to recall anywhere in the country? Yes, we do actually. In India, right to recall is there in the local self governance. Example, MP, Rajasthan, recently Haryana. But there also, uh, it is not truly voting by people. The members of the panchayat will vote and remove the person, sarpanch, etc. Right? So that's there. So it is not a very exact replica of what happens in Switzerland, etc., where people vote and remove somebody. So that's there. So now, what exactly is the problem? Tell me, problems. Why can't this be done? Economic burden on the state, instability, expenditure, unstable. Okay, two things that most of you are pointing out is instability, because what if the PM only is recalled? Then the government collapses. And when you recall somebody, again elections have to take place, money is spent. Fair enough. But look at some other problems that are there, and there are loads of them. What is the criteria? Tell me. How do you recall an MP? Because you'll say, sir, because he is not performing. Tell me, how do you measure the performance of an MP? How to measure it? There is no way. There is no way to measure an MP's performance in quantifiable terms. Uh, what if the person is MP from the non-ruling party? He has no say only. You can't measure his performance. You may say, sir, what I'll measure based on the number of questions he asks in question hour. We know very well number of questions you ask are based on lottery system. So measuring performance itself is a big challenge. Then what's the procedure to be followed? How do we start this procedure? Right? How many people should be the criteria to start a procedure? Can 10 people start a procedure? Or we need the sign of 1 lakh people to start a procedure? And then if we say that the procedure or the voting to recall can be initiated if 1 lakh people give a written application to election commission, who will verify the sign? ECI of 1 lakh people. In our country, where we have been trained to for our parents' signature from childhood only, forgery of signature is very easy. No track of it. Then when to initiate? I mean, how much time are you going to give to the MP or an MLA before the after which you say, sorry, now we don't like you, come back? 1 day, 1 month, 6 months, 1 year, 2 years, etc. Then if you give them small amount of time to initiate this procedure, don't you think they will focus more on these populist tendencies, right? Meaning, people pleasing steps. See, always understand that good governance requires a long term perspective. Sometimes we need to also have populist tendencies, but if you have this kind of provision, it will force all the MPs, MLAs to always be in that zone of trying to win hearts of people. They will never look for good governance or long term governance, because uh, people will say, what have we done? We are making some changes. The change will be reflected in 10 years. You'll say, no, no, I can't wait for 10 years, do it right now only. Imagine you want to reduce the pendency of cases in the country. Can the pendency come down in 2 years? It cannot. 5 years? It cannot. It will take 10, 15 years. Just to hire judges, fill up the vacancies, it will take time. So, long term changes may suffer. Of course, there can be instability. Ruling party MPs are being called back. Election fatigue will happen. What is fatigue? Being tired. Excessive elections again and again and again, which will also add to extra cost of by election. And think of this, in our country, we follow first past the post. Yes or no? First past the post. So there are four people, A, B, C, D. There are 100 voters. A gets 26 votes, B gets 24 votes, C gets 25, D gets 25. Who is the winner? A is the winner. But if you ask the 100 voters, should we remove A? All these three will come together against this person. Yes or no? It is going to be very, very easy, very, very easy to remove somebody because of the system we follow. The opposition can come together, as in people who hate some party, and they can keep on removing. If next time B is elected, then A, C, and D will come together. So this will become a huge problem, huge concern when it comes to recalling these people. That is why right to recall is an idea which looks very good on paper. That no, it ensures accountability, monitoring of performance, improves work done by the MP MLA. In reality, it is not possible. So any discussion going on in our country with respect to right to recall, limiting the tenure, etc., this is not viable. So some of our left-wing liberals are trying to, you know, incorporate these things in the country. This is not practically possible. Please understand that some ideas look very nice on paper, but in reality, there are so many loopholes and challenges, logistical issues that it is best left on paper only. Right. So this is right to recall, a beautiful concept, but sadly, in a vast democracy like India, not possible. I mean, yes, Switzerland, hardly, handful of people, possible. India, not possible, right? That's it. Lastly, electoral bonds. So, electoral bonds. Let's do one thing. Let's end our discussion here only today, right? On this topic. Tomorrow, we'll take up for discussion the topic electoral bonds, and we'll discuss this topic further. We'll finish our discussion on the electoral bonds, their issues, and then we'll start our discussion on part one and part two of the Indian Constitution. That is all for me for today, guys. Jai Hind. I'll take up some questions. And of course, please revise the PPTs, political theory, monthly magazine of the month of April, and Yojana Kurukshetra of the month of May. I think it should have been covered by now, month of May, by today. So please, this task for today, questions if any. Which Lakshmikant chapter? So Lakshmikant chapter you can study in case you want to for pertaining to elections and all. Chapter 42, chapter 71, chapter 72, chapter 73, and chapter 74. You can cover all these chapters. Dhyana only for PM. Mega, it's the same age criteria, name in the voter list, same citizenship, same criteria. Nisarg, returning officer is the person in charge of the entire constituency. Shilpa in the newspaper. Because you have the white ones, right? Take a printout of them and write on them. Ordinary resident point. There is no definition of ordinary resident. The only loose definition is that somebody who is ideally living in that state. That's it. Chitturi, after 15, 16 classes, you'll ask me, where do I get monthly magazine? Embarrassing yourself. What have you been doing for the past 10 days then, when I've been giving you targets to study daily? Google search for this information. Baiju's monthly magazine. Uh, Kishan, obligated to political party whip, can't deliver legislative work on time, freebies influx, regionalism, confrontation of Northeast can impact on foreign policy, impact tribal areas. Yes, of course it can. Not all of these dynamics may be important in certain questions, but yes, of course. Rishikesh, right now only, by the end of this month. Are we kidding? Time is running. Please, by the end of this month, Rishikesh, finalize it. Don't waste time. We have to be thorough with our options before the end of December. Anuradha, PILs refer to rights and their protection, so High Court and Supreme Court. No, Aditya, ignore that. Don't, others also, don't read any kind of article that is written by any politician. That article has nothing to contribute to your knowledge. Suhasini, Western countries, some of them at least, because most of the Western countries, say Switzerland, etc., have very less population. Number one. UK, it's a unitary country, so we don't have states only there. So it's just the MPs. So again, it's limited. It cannot become very complicated. In India, excessive population, over complication, etc. So that is why we cannot have it. Sunil, Baiju's Current Affairs Monthly Magazine. Srihari, depends. If you want to, for further understanding and clarification, go for it. Chandrajyoti, ignore it for now then. Just focus on making up PPTs and Yojana Kurukshetra. Priyanka, you tell me alternatives and then we can have a discussion on that. Discuss UCC. We will discuss UCC when the time comes. Okay, under DPSP. Don't worry. Navnita, see, Lakshmikant reading is not mandatory or compulsory. It is not some book prescribed by UPSC. And Lakshmikant is largely a book meant for those people who have no scope of or no help of coaching, right? So you may skip it or do selective studies also, not all. So towards the end of my discussion, the last day, I will tell you which chapters you can study from Lakshmikant, which chapters you can skip from Lakshmikant, which chapters will be covered under governance. As of now, I would prefer that you focus on these things more importantly than the book. Sir, if an MP MLA feeling guilty for a crime, it means whether they are free to contest election or temporarily allowed. Feeling guilty for a crime? If you are feeling guilty, don't contest. There is no law which governs feelings. Women adalats. This article, let that be done on a pilot basis in Assam and all, and then there can be discussion on it. So don't worry on that. The article in Hindu, let us have at least a pilot basis program being run. Let's see the result, and then we can have a pros and cons discussion. No, Yojana Kurukshetra may not be present in monthly magazine. That's not possible to cover Yojana Kurukshetra in monthly magazine. It has too much of information. Have a plan. A proper plan in place will keep you consistent. Khushi, college going on, revise the PPT and read editorials. Different Mangla. Vanilla, that can be read, but quoting from it and remembering it is a challenging task. If you are only looking for quotes, it's better to selectively search for quotations on the internet and copy and paste it. There is no need to read an entire book and then find points from there for your examination. Shweta, I have been saying this again and again that for all those who are preparing for 2025, don't read the monthly magazine. It's not required. Tejinder, uh, habit. If you follow your routine properly for 20-25 days, trust me, after a month of following your routine, you'll be so into the zone of following routine that if you don't study, you start feeling weird and awkward. That is what I say when I mean to say habit. Habit is what is going to sail you through, not motivation. We can't create motivation on a daily basis. So on the bad days, difficult days, it's habit that keeps you going, right? So follow your timetable diligently for around 3 to 4 weeks, and then you are good to go. No need absolutely to mug up these articles. Some articles, of course, would be required. It's important. Once you keep on revising again and again, 10, 15 times, it would be okay. Yes, S. Shiva, it is sufficient along with Yojana Kurukshetra monthly magazine and PYQs and mock tests. Anjali, I mean, I don't know. I mean, we don't have that procedure. We can have this also. Yes, Palak, sufficient. Principles of natural justice part of due process of law. Yes, of course. Because due process talks about applying laws in a fair manner, which is what is also an element of natural justice. So, due process is a part of natural justice, the other way around. Okay, so I believe your questions have largely been answered. Uh, Current affairs, as I said, read the monthly magazine on a daily basis for 1 hour, and that's it. Don't overdo things. The best conclusion is writing suggestions. Way forward is the best conclusion. No, Falak, as I said, only those articles which I mentioned towards the end of every slide are going to be important. Other articles not at all important. And even then, the articles verbatim need not be mucked up. You just have to know the content. What exactly is the content of the article? That is going to be sufficient. Optional subject for 2026, I think the right time would be starting in 2025, somewhere in the month of January and all. So you have plenty of time. Focus on GS right now. Anushka, by December end. Nisarg, as I said, limit yourself to what I am telling you. That is going to be sufficient for current affairs. Okay, so I believe that is all for today, guys. Your SMEs will keep on addressing your concerns. If you have any, let's meet tomorrow to take up our discussion further on electoral bonds and the other aspects of polity. Till then, that's all for me. Jai Hind.